Welcome. It's Friday, and you know what time it is. Let's go and make some drum and bass again. Welcome. Let's go and do that. Project is saved. Okay. Yo, Jim. Welcome. Hope you're all good. Let's get started. I feel like going with the key of D today, so that's what we're gonna do. Let's see. What do we have to start off with? Oh, that'll do. That's a good thing to start with. Will be 16 bars. Oh, let me grab my headphones. Let's see, let's turn this on. Okay, we want to have that on, I guess, 99. Cool. Let's grab a hi-hat or something. Okay, let's see if we can find something to turn into a bit of a pad or something. Let's go to sounds, maybe some granular thing. Tonal. No speed, and just chuck that somewhere here. Let's give it a bunch of layers. And let's just put in a MIDI note here. Let's turn that off. That works. We do make some drums. Like, I kind of want to have maybe a bit of a dirty kick today, so what if we just grab one of these, which is like one of my own kicks, but doesn't really matter because I want to see if we can find like a cool one by just grabbing, using that similar samples thing. How does that work again? And we just... Is this one right? Yeah. Oh, wait, let me... It's gonna go through basically all those same samples. Let's see, let me go out of here. Show similar files. There we go. Kinda works. The hell was that? Oh, that's kind of cool. Really dirty, but... I mean, we can also make one, but... Oh, that's dirty. That's kind of nice. Let's normalize that. Oh yeah, that one is kind of cool. I like that one. Let's put these in a group. I'm gonna call that drums. Okay, there we go. We need some kind of a snare, but indeed something pretty tight. Kinda works. For now. Let's see if we can make a little thingy here. Let's just use that. So that we don't start clipping, but I mentioned a couple of weeks ago there was a record convention here and I managed to find original vinyl copy of Funky Drum Break. That's nice. I have them here as well, probably. Funky Drummer samples. Yeah, I got a bunch of ones. Got a lot of different ones. I have one folder that is just filled with like classic breaks, and they're all in like Rex format, so it's really nice to just be able to chop them up because they're all already sliced properly. What else do we have here? Maybe a comb? Just grab something. Why am I not hearing much of this? Ah, okay, yeah, it is doing something. Was that sub bass outside or in the patch? Huh? I don't know, I heard a sub bass, but I think it came from outside. I think it was a car. Let's see. Not sure what we'll do with this, to be honest. I don't think you can paste links in here. I want something else than this, but... just drop that here. happens if we just do... That could work. Probably want to do that on the channels itself though, because then we can have a little bit more freedom. Oh, did the wrong one. Let's grab an EQ. Wait, I made a rack for this. Filters, high pass, there we go. Let's do that on here first. And let's just automate that downwards. Yeah, the if you have some breaks that you've recorded from it, there's a channel in the Discord. By the way, everybody here, I have a Discord channel or a Discord server. If you want to join, link is in the chat. There's a channel in there called Drums and Breaks Vault, which basically just contains like a shit ton of drum breaks that people have shared there. So if you have like a pack of breaks or something, breaks that you made yourself and you want to share, go to the Discord and drop them in that channel, because there's like hundreds and hundreds of breaks in there at this point, and it's always nice to have more breaks. So there's also other channels. We've got some channels for like sharing samples and presets and other things. So if anybody of you has some other things that they want to share with the community, you know where to find it. Also, for everybody currently here, if you want to support me and you want to get samples and presets and wavetables and all kinds of other stuff, go to my Patreon. Patreon link is in chat as well. I will be posting a continuation of the last pack that I posted, which was the pack with 60 bass sounds that I put in there, or 60 bass samples. I will post another one this weekend with another 60 that I made. So I basically I thought the last one, they were quite nice, so I thought let's just make a bunch more. And I made another pack with, let's see, where is it? Patreon packs, sample packs. So the first one we had all these sort of like weird, sort of like neuro-y kind of bass sounds, right? That you can chop up and put into a sampler. Those I made in C, but I now have another one that I will post this weekend, which is basically a similar kind of thing, but I made them in the key of F. So again, just a bunch of like files with randomized modulation in it. Should be pretty fun to play around with. So those will be up this weekend. Oh, the links are not working, huh? One moment. Let me, I think the bot might be down. Let me do that so you guys don't see anything that you're not supposed to see. Let me see, the bot has probably turned itself off again. It happens every once in a while. Let me go to Streamlabs. Login. Yeah, do that. Continue. Yeah, continue. Come on. Probably the bot that is turned off again. Let me check. Bot. Yeah, it's turned off. Why the hell does it do that? Let's see if that works now. Patreon and Discord. Yes. There we go. Nice. We're back. The bot is back. Okay, cool. I also finally made a different view for the right side. I was like, I have to do it, but I noticed I could just move the whole thing to the right, like this whole thing. I could just move that. So I just made one for the right side in case I want to show you guys the browser. We finally got a proper view for that. I still need to make a view for the feedback streams. So I think the first feedback stream is probably going to be on the first Friday of the next month. So I need a little bit of time to make a cool like overlay for it, because I kind of want to make it a little bit nicer than the one that we had previously. Like I figured out how to do animated stream overlays, so I figured might as well create one that kind of has a bit of an animation in it as well. But yeah, I'll set that up. I'll set that up in the upcoming weeks, so that hopefully next month, first Friday, we can do a feedback stream again. Been a while that we done feedback streams, but I kind of want to get back into it, because it was always quite a lot of fun to hear you guys' music and just hear like the progression over time. And yeah, I kind of want to get back into that because it's fun. And it also is a good thing, because every once in a while when I'm not feeling streaming or when I'm not feeling producing, I can just do a feedback stream, right? So, should be good. Ableton 10 here, never used since. I have a feeling that we might... I mean, we are on 12 now, but I have a feeling we might be getting some more updates to Ableton again soon. It's always... The Ableton updates usually have like kind of like a... roughly a similar kind of time frame between them. Not always, but sometimes... Well, often they do. Wouldn't surprise me if we get like a 12.5 update or something anytime soon. Not sure, don't know what they will add though, but like, I can imagine that they're working on something again. Yeah, it's been a while since we done feedback streams. We used to do them almost every first Friday of the month in the past. But I kind of stopped doing them because of like the copyright stuff and all that kind of stuff. But honestly, I don't really care anymore. Like if a stream gets copyright claimed, because the ad revenue of streams is kind of fucked up anyway, you know? Like back in the day, they were kind of better. But these days, YouTube streams, like there's not really that much ad revenue from the streams anyway. So I really can't be bothered if a stream gets claimed. So, you know, I'm just gonna do them again. Who cares? People will donate probably anyway when I do the feedback streams again, because I'm still thinking about how we're gonna do it. I have a bit of a... I'm not sure. I kind of want to do it maybe for Patreon members, so that, you know, I can also bring people to the Patreon more. Instead of doing the donate to skip the waiting list like we used to do in the past, but I'll think about that. Okay, let's see. And like, I might still be able to do non-Patreon tracks as well if there's like not that many coming in from the patrons. Then of course I can move on to people that are not part of the Patreon. But you get what I mean. I kind of want to have something in here that's a bit more melodic, maybe. But let's see. Let's see if we can find like a cool sound in here that we can use. Let's go to the favorites folder. Might be able to find something in there. Ooh. Nice sound. I guess we want to have something that builds up a bit of tension, so... Kind of like the tone of that, but... let's go to the grains thing. See if we can make that into a bit of... Let's give it a bit of spray. Gonna make a longer clip here. Let's do that, and then just go there. Grains. Something like that. We can actually just use, I guess, a curve for that. If we just set this to 16 bars and then just whack that up to there. And then we can just put that on here. And then let's also grab a high pass, I guess. just do this for now. Actually, I'll leave that one in. The one shot, maybe 1/8. Then we chuck that on. Let's chuck that on the global pitch. I mean, we can also go in here. But let's set this, let's do a bit more like that maybe. And then distort that. Just whack that up all the way, and then we'll just put a macro on this. Makes it a little bit easier to work with. And then we could set this to rate. Guess that can be our sub bass. And let's do a little sidechain to the kick. Probably a little bit longer because this kick is a bit dirtier and a bit longer as well. Actually works like that. Oh yeah, we were working on this. Like, that's fine. I kind of want to do a high pass on the kick as well, I think. Because it's kind of heavy right off the bat, and I kind of want to fade that in a bit. So... see. Might also do a little bit of volume automation on that. For the first part, it's a little bit quieter. Let's do that real quick. Let's just grab utility, chuck that here, and let's do just do that. And I think it would be nice to have some reverb on that as well. So we can use maybe the hybrid reverb. Let's put it on the snare. Something like that. That it really builds up towards that drop area. I think we'll automate the decay as well. So let's do the dry wet. That's gonna go up here. And then decay. And then we'll turn that thing off as soon as this hits. Thinking about what kind of drop I want to do. Also, let me freeze this track, which is the reversed one. The sort of like tension building thing, so that it doesn't matter where we start playing. Could maybe put some reverb on this one as well. Let's just copy this one, put that on here, and then we might want to change this a little bit, but it might be good. Put that all the way down. And I'm going to grab another hybrid reverb because I do want to... Is this head mono or not? It's not, but... Well, it's kind of mono. There is some width, but I'm looking down here and I can see that it's basically mono. There's like a tiny little bit in the sides. Let's make that a little bit wider. Let's take another hybrid reverb. This is a thing that I really like the hybrid reverb for. It's just set it to convolution. And we can bring this down a bit. And then just use one of these early reflection ones. So it basically just makes this a lot wider. Like if we put it on 50%, you get that, of course. Maybe bring the pre-delay down. We have a little bit more stuff happening in the sides. Not that much, but do we want to have some reverb on that kick as well? I mean, we can try it out. Let's just copy this one. See what happens. Don't think I like that. Thinking where I want that to come in. Let's leave it a bit higher so we can hear what that sounds like, or we can hear it a little bit better. Let's put a curve on the level, and then let's see, that would be, yeah, 1 bar is fine. We do have some shapes here. If we have something in here that kind of works, might have to make our own shape. It's something, bit of a pattern. Something like that. Yeah, okay, we're gonna have to make it ourselves. Let's just use this one. Turn that off. Let's go here. Probably will have to start messing with that pattern later on, but just so we have something. Hey man, just arrived. Welcome, Mr. Mushroom. Would you mind quickly showing the kick and snare patches? Those are clean. They're just samples. They're just samples. And I think they're samples that I made. Yeah, this is just well, I found this in the browser by just... What I did at the start of the stream, I just selected a dirty kick. That one. And I then just did this thing, so show similar files, and then it just gives you all kind of similar files in your browser. And I just went through a bunch, and I found this resampled thing, which is basically just coming from a different session where I just, you know, I always have this track in here called resampling, and you can see from the title of the sample that it's basically from one of those recordings where I just recorded the track, or I think I was just working on a kick or something, and I just recorded it to see what it looks like. And those are of course still saved in your project folders, so I came across that one and I liked the sound of it, so that's what we ended up using. And the snare is actually from that's just one of my own snares that I made a while ago. I made that one myself. It's just a clap with a little bit of a transient, as you can see right here. Just a little bit of a transient that I probably made in Serum. So not much that I can show you other than that. I guess. Okay, let's move you down. I'm kind of feeling maybe... Oh yeah. I really hope that they can change that. That every time, like when you turn this off, the snapping, and you close the window down, and then you open it back up, it automatically turns it back on. I really want them to change that so that it just stays off when you have it turned off, because if it turns back on, then it obviously snaps to the grid again. But sometimes I just want to close it down, work on this a little bit, and open it back up and work on the shape again, and I keep forgetting that it turns itself back on, and then my shape is suddenly all messed up. I think I'm gonna go with something a bit more like that. Now, let's make this into something interesting. So, probably let's see if we can find like a wavetable. It sounds kind of interesting. I mean, that's better than what we had, so let's grab that. And we can use the same shape, maybe. Or we can create a new shape. Let's just copy that to here. See it? It's turned itself back on again. Something like that, maybe? And then let's first maybe crank that through some distortion, so we can hear what we're doing. And let's see. Let me just add another piece here so that we can loop that. might go for a different wavetable. Add a filter in the mix as well, because we don't need that much high end, so let me just do something like that, so we let's go back in here. Gonna be a bit quiet, but it's fine for now. Kind of works. Obviously needs a lot of processing, but let's see if we can make that nice. What happens if we use one of these? Okay, maybe we just leave that and then go in here. Probably gonna have to add a separate sub, but that's fine. Let's make that move a little bit as well. Not that. Let's see, we have these presets here. Let's go to aggressive. I'm kind of looking to find like a bit of a top layer that we can use, and well, it's gonna take a bit of fine-tuning to get it to sound right, but I'm kind of looking for a top layer, and then I can add a sub underneath that. Jesus Christ. The fuck is that? I mean, we can try if that works. Nah, sounds a bit weird. Could just, yeah, let's get rid of that again. Just do that. Let me turn that on. What happens if we add a high-pass filter in front of this? And that's probably gonna work. Having a high-pass filter in front of here. to give us a bit of a less sub in there. Let's see if we add a wave shifter. Right. Let's just do it right there. Let me just wait. We can add the sub without this. I can do it in the same patch actually. We could go here. Let's turn the sub on, and let's just chuck that on the level of the sub, and then go here, and then we do direct out. Why am I not hearing any sub? Because it's way too high pitched, that's why. There we go. And can I make the sub level? Let's just chuck that up. Let me chuck another wave shifter in. I want to see if what happens if we just mess with this a bit. Let's see. The fuck? This wave shift is such a weird effect, but I kind of like it. What else do we have here that we can try? Maybe a bit of chorus. So if we want to not get like any crazy things in between the other hits, we could put that on here. And then we can lock this so that when we switch presets, it keeps it there. More plugin developers need to do this. This is also a good tip for Steve from X4 Records to basically make it so that you can right-click any parameter and lock it. Such a good thing that Minimal Audio did. I don't think Serum has that, the new Serum 2. But it's something that's so helpful, especially when you have like a ton of different things that you can, you know, swap presets and stuff like that. I don't think... oh yes, Serum 2 also has like presets for the effects, I believe. So the only downside of Serum 2 is with the effects, and that is another thing that I hope Steve can change, a quicker way to browse through the effects presets. Because the only way to do it in Serum Effects, you have to open that drop-down menu. And then you open the drop-down menu, select a preset, and then hopefully it sounds cool. If it doesn't, you have to do that thing again. So it's like 2 or 3 clicks to switch to a different preset. Whereas here, obviously you got the arrows here, and you got a randomize button, which makes it so much nicer to work with. So much quicker. Let's say we want to have that a bit quicker. Okay, don't really like that, but maybe the phaser. Kind of works. I need to pee again, so I'm gonna go and take a bathroom break in just a bit, but I wanna set this up so that you guys have a little bit of something to listen to. It's not gonna sound too interesting, but better than nothing. It's gonna sound like ass. For now. It's gonna take me a bit of time to tweak this to get the sound right. I also need to grab myself a new drink. Yeah, okay, not that... I don't like the pattern, but we're gonna get to that. I'm quickly gonna take a piss. I'll be back in like a minute or two. So, enjoy what we have so far. we're back. Okay, I have an idea. I kind of want to maybe make this into just a single kind of hit. And I want that to happen somewhere maybe halfway. Let's see. Let me just chop these here. Let me just copy this. Also, I'm sorry guys, but if you see me smoking, it's what it is. I quit weed 2 weeks ago, and today is 2 weeks in, and I'm actually doing pretty good, but the downside is I'm smoking again, or at least more than what I did before. So, yeah, it is what it is. I'll probably see if I can quit that later, but first this, right? Don't want to quit everything at once, then I'm gonna completely hate myself. But I made it 2 weeks. 2 weeks, and yesterday was the hardest so far, honestly. Yesterday was the hardest so far. I was really craving it yesterday, and honestly, I was like this close to going to the coffee shop. But I literally had already put my shoes on and everything, and I was like, I looked at the time, and I was like, it's like an hour before they close. It's about maybe 20 minutes for me to get there. So I was like this close to stepping out of the door. But then I went back and I took my shoes off and I put on a YouTube video that was like an hour long, just so that I knew that by the time the video is over, I have no time to make it before they close. And I didn't relapse. So we're doing good. Anyways, let's see. Let's see if we can make a bit of a. Yeah, it's honestly the first 2 weeks is probably the hardest, but the one thing I hope goes away is at night I'm like sweating my fucking ass off. That's the one thing I hope goes away pretty soon, because that is just so annoying. At least I can sleep again. The first couple of days were rough. I just couldn't sleep at all. I was like, I mean, I just spent nights just, just making music and just making patches and stuff like that, but still, kind of annoying to not being able to properly sleep. But that's kind of gone away now. The only thing that I'm now noticing again is, I mean, I've had this thing for my entire life, and it is called, what is it in English? Delayed sleep something. Delayed sleep phase syndrome, I believe it's called. I've had that my entire life, basically, and weed kind of helped with that, because it would allow me to just, sleep at a relatively normal time. But what that is basically just, it is when your biological clock is not in line with what sort of like the time of day is. So for me, I've always had problems waking up early. Like, and I know, a lot of people are gonna say like, oh, you just need to go to bed earlier. But no, that doesn't work. It's like, it'll maybe work for a day or two, but then I'll be back to like the regular rhythm that my body wants. And it's like, I don't go to bed at like midnight because I just can't sleep. I'll get tired around maybe 3 a.m., 4 a.m., and I'll probably sleep around that time. But that is now a lot more noticeable again, which it's kind of fine because my job kind of allows it, but it's gonna take me a bit to get used to again, I guess. I have, yeah. I have, but it's still kind of, I don't know, it doesn't make it much better. It helps a little bit. Melatonin, it helps a little bit, but it's just, I don't know. It's one of those things that I also talked to my doctor about that a long time ago, actually. Um, and he also explained to me, like, um, people that have that, and it's actually a lot more common than you think it is. But a lot of people just are forced to kind of live in the rhythm that, you know, society wants them to, due to work and stuff like that. Most people just don't have the luxury to live according to their biological clock. So, and the thing is, not everybody who not every well, there's a lot of people that don't have it but still wake up too early for what their biological clock would actually want them to. And it's just, you know, society, right? You gotta go to work. You can't really wake up at, you know, 10 a.m. or something like that because you have to work at, I don't know, 8 a.m., right? But for me, it's so bad that when I do that, I'll just basically live in a perpetual state of jet lag, basically. And that really sucks. So, luckily, when I work, my job, I kind of always start around, so like lunchtime, sometimes 1 p.m., sometimes 12, and I'll work until like 9 in the evening. A lot of people that work night shifts as well kind of usually are people that deal with this as well. It's one of those jobs that is basically perfect for people that have that, is night shifts, you know? People that work in security, stuff like that. A lot of people that deal with this will take on jobs like that because it just allows them to live according to what their body wants them to. The only thing that you do have to do, obviously, you have to take supplements for vitamin D, which I've had that for a long time, but that's fine. But the thing is, when I spoke to my doctor about it, he also explained, like, it's actually not good for you to try and conform to the rhythm that society wants you to if you're dealing with this, because, like I said, you'll just basically live in a state of jet lag the entire day, and that really sucks. It's gonna break you in, like, well, it's gonna break you over time, right? So, luckily, my job kind of allows me to shift it a little bit. But and I believe there's another thing as well. Like, for me, it's just like I'll get tired somewhere between 3 a.m. to 4 a.m., but it's the same every day. There's another thing, another condition that's similar, but it is when it shifts every day. That's also a thing that that some people have. So you might get tired one day at, like, I don't know, 3 a.m., and then the next day it's going to be 3:30, and then the day after that it's going to be 4 a.m., and then 4:30. You know, that's also a thing. I don't have that, but that's another similar kind of thing. But there's actually a lot of people that have this that don't know, and they just live with a state of jet lag until they find out. Luckily, I found out really early because, like, when I went to school back in the day, my parents would literally have to drag me out of bed. Like, if they didn't, they could wake me up, but I would just go back straight back to sleep. They would literally have to drag me out because otherwise I would just, be too late. Glad it's Friday. Yeah. It is also, funny enough, Particle Jim, it is also something that I don't have ADHD, but it is something that is really common with people that have ADHD as well. It's something that sort of like ties with ADHD for a lot of people, at least. Now, I don't really have ADHD, but you can have it without that as well. It's just a lot more common under people or with people that have ADHD. So if you have ADHD and you're feeling like you're always tired during the day, might want to talk to your doctor about it and see if you might be dealing with that as well. Because when I talked to my health care officials about it, they were like, yeah, it's actually a lot more common than it's diagnosed with people. Most people just don't know, and they will never know until they sort of like, I guess, look into it. But like I said, the weed kind of helped with that because, you know, you smoke and you get tired, right? Or at least when you're super high, you'll just lie in your bed and you'll be gone, right? So that's kind of what helped me, but I kind of wanted to get off of it at least for a while and just see what happens. And now it's sort of like a lot more noticeable. The first couple of days, I just couldn't sleep at all, but that's kind of understandable because that's just, you know, the withdrawal kind of symptoms that you get. But those are now kind of gone. I can sleep again, but now I really notice it again. So it is what it is. Yeah, yeah. See, that's what I mean, Particle Jim. A lot of people, due to just life and society, they don't really have an option other than just live with it, right? And just deal with it. Um, Luckily, I don't have that, so for me, it's kind of all right. But yeah, it's a weird thing though. It's a really weird thing. Let's see if we can turn this into just a stab or something. I mean, it's already a stab now, but let's just get rid of all of these. Make this a bit quicker, maybe. And then we have to do that here as well. I still remember very clearly when I found out that I actually have this. I was like, ah, suddenly it all made sense. You know, like my entire youth, I had been, you know, just dealing with like, why the fuck can I just not wake up early? Like, and sometimes, you know, if I would force myself, the only thing that I would be able to do is just pull an all-nighter so that I'm so fucking tired the day after that I could go to bed at like midnight, and then I would be able to wake up early because, you know, you're not going to sleep for like 14 hours or something, right? You're going to sleep maybe 8 hours and then you'll wake up. So that was the only way I would be able to sort of like wake up early. But then the day after, or within like 2 or 3 days, I would be back to the regular schedule of like going to bed at 4 a.m. And it would just not work at all trying to force myself to wake up at a regular time. And then I would just be tired the entire fucking day. Like basically just the feeling of jet lag. That's like the best way to describe it. Ooh, that could work. Something rhythmic here, maybe? Okay, but it changes, and that is probably due to the phaser. Let me check. This one is static. The only thing really moving is this, so What if we make this static? And then we use this to find the right position. That sounds kind of cool. But yeah, like, the best thing you could do, if you have it, is just get a job that allows you to you know, live according to the time that your biological clock wants. And for most people, that would be, you know, something like a night shift, whether that's in healthcare or security or something like that. Or be self-employed. You know, that's probably the easiest way to do it. If you're self-employed, you can make your own schedule. Goddamn. Making a mess out here. There we go. Now, we could have like a stabby kind of sound like this, and then we can also introduce that here probably. And then obviously we want to get rid of the sub in that section. I guess I could even do that in the patch, because we have this set to the sub, so we can just set up a macro, drop that on here, and we'll just call that sub. And we'll just turn that on here. And then let's see, let's find a bit of reverb. Probably the hybrid reverb again, because I kind of like that one. Maybe even just 100%. Let me just grab the reverb from the other track that we had on the snare. Let's see what that one sounds like. And then we go in here. Let's chop that up. Open this up a bit because we want to grab the decay time. Maybe just leave it up and then just filter it. Auto filter. Bring that down. Or producer, yeah, exactly. Like I said, self-employed. That's the easiest way to deal with it. Another thing that we want to do here, the snare can have some volume automation as well. Because it starts pretty abruptly there, and I just want that to sort of like fade in. So let's just bring that down a bit. Let's do that. Give it a bit of a low pass filter as well. This one, we can turn that off right there. Kind of want to have a bit of a... We're gonna make that. Let's search for cymbal. See if we can find a nice cymbal sample. See if I do right cymbal. And then let's set that to one shot in the browser. And let's grab some reverb. We want to have... let's just use Valhalla vintage verb for that. Set this to now. Bring the high shelf up. This one up a bit. And this one up a lot. And maybe we'll chuck a shimmer on it as well for good measure. And let's freeze and flatten that, or yeah, I was like, sounds fine in terms of the pitch of the sample. Let's freeze and flatten that. And then we'll take off the first part here. That we get something more like that. Let me just normalize it in here. And then bring this down a bunch. And let's put some EQ on this. Because there's probably low end because of the reverb that we added. Yeah. Let's just high pass that. And then we are gonna do a bit of a low pass probably as well. That closes down over time. I don't want to have a little bit more reverb on it now. Maybe just another shimmer after this. Can we... I guess we can, if we just take a glue compressor. I want the first part to not be that loud, but I kind of want to bring up the tail a bit so that it gets a little bit longer, or it stays audible for a little bit longer. But the first part gets way too loud if we bring this up, right? Then that just gets really loud. So if we put the attack on the quickest time possible and do that. And now that tail is a lot more audible. I do want to make sure that there's no low end in this, because the shimmer reverb adds low end, as you can see. Even though there's no low end in the sample at this point, that shimmer reverb, the algorithm in here for some reason always creates low end out of nothing. So always make sure to high pass it again if you've used shimmer. But now that tail stays a little bit more audible for a little bit longer. And if we want that to be longer, we can bring this up a bit. We could also maybe add delay in here before the shimmer, very subtly. Maybe set that to 8, maybe? Like, you don't really hear it as a delay, but now it just makes the tail even longer. Okay, let's freeze that again, freeze and flatten. I'm kind of happy with how that sounds, and then we can also use it again as a reverse here towards the end. if we just duplicate this and then reverse that. Okay, so now, what are we gonna do with the drop here? That's gonna be the main question. I can check what I have in here. Probably something here. Just add a note for now, and then we can check what sounds cool. Oh, it's really low pitched. I'm like, why does it sound so weird? That preset is lower. Still too low. Maybe. What else do we have? Ooh. Kinda like that. As a bass. Need something more here, but and probably something else here. Yeah, I kind of like that one. Can we make it better? So it's using unison, that's why it sounds like that. Okay. Then this is... I kind of want to make it... have like a resonance or something. Maybe we'll make a patch that does something similar. But not with unison, so I have more control over it. Let's just leave that in there so we don't lose it, because it's kind of cool. And then we just create a new patch here. Initialize preset. And let's go to a sine wave. And then we want to have something that makes it let's grab another sine wave, put that up a bit, and let's go in here. Oh, we're hearing this one as well. Let's turn it off. Right, so let's grab a curve. We're gonna bring that up to probably 16s. Chuck that on here. Let's create another curve. 1 bar, that's all right. Let's make it start a little bit like that maybe. Then let's chuck you on here. And let's also chuck it on there. Let me turn these back on so that we have a little bit more to work with. here. See if we can find some kind of a wavetable that works. Well, let's try that one. See what happens if we use that for FM. That's what we were missing. We need to open this up a bit more. Can also try the harmonic series kind of one. Where is that one? Favorites. It's called Sine Harmonics. There we go. That one could also work. kind of does the same thing as just moving this. I just noticed. See? It's just the same thing. Well, kind of. Not entirely. Because it does get these sort of like edges here. Oh, what? Moving it up turns it into a triangle, kind of. If we chuck that on here ever so slightly. Also unsync it. Oh, that was actually a good move, unsyncing that. And then probably something else here. We also I kind of feel like we want to have a vocal here. I did download some stuff earlier this week. I found out, I suddenly had like an epiphany moment, and I was like, why am I always breaking my head over finding like little vocal samples that are cool when YouTube is filled with people just reading books? Like, there's literally channels for this where people just read books and they will read it and just basically upload it as an audiobook. Now, finding a vocal in that is still gonna take a bit of time probably, and I'm not sure if I can do that on stream because some of them might be copyrighted. I mean, I can just quickly turn off the audio for you guys and just quickly check. I should have some here. Let's see. Let me see if I can find something real quick. Yeah, this one is from Audible that I'm listening to now. Sounds like the voice in this one is pretty alright. Okay, yes, that one should probably have some vocals. This is The Exorcist, read by the author of The Exorcist himself. Is that still loading? Oh yeah, it is. Should have some vocals in there, probably. Let me see if I can find something. You're not going to be able to hear this for now, but one moment. Because I'm pretty sure that the Audible audiobooks are gonna be copyrighted, and if I play the entire one on stream, it's probably gonna claim it. But honestly, should I care? I'll just turn it back on. Who cares?
The beads and pendants, lipticks, phalli, groundstone mortars stained with ochre, burnished pots. Nothing exceptional. An Assyrian ivory toilet box. And man. The bones of man. The brittle remnants of cosmic torment that once made him wonder if matter was Lucifer upward groping back to his God. And yet now he knew better. The fragrance of licorice plant and tamarisk tugged his gaze to poppied hills, to reeded plains, to the ragged rock-strewn bolt of road.
Now, you can hear that there's also some background music in this. I actually found something that some of you might be not familiar with. You know how there is all these AI stem splitting websites, right? There's a ton of them. But usually you're gonna have to pay for it, right? You're gonna have to pay for to get the high quality download, or you're gonna have to pay if you wanna split a file that is longer than X amount of seconds. Obviously, if you use FL Studio, you're good. You've got stem splitting in there, but Ableton doesn't. So I was looking for something that was one, free, and two, good quality, and would allow me to, well, basically have a lot of control over it. I found something that is actually really, really fucking great. I'll link it to you guys. What was it again? Let me check. I have it on my desktop. Oh yeah, that's what it's called. This right here. It's called Ultimate Vocal Remover version 5, and it basically is this piece of software that will run locally on your computer, and you can basically just split stems with it. It will have when you download it, it will have only a couple of different models that you can choose from, but you can go into, there's also a downloader inside of the software that allows you to download additional models. And there's even there's even a feature where you can basically just combine multiple models and combine them together, and it will first use all the individual models to split the sound, and you can choose if you want vocals only or instrumental. You can also do bass, drums, vocals, and that kind of stuff. And then after it has processed them all, it will take the files and compare them to each other, and then I guess combine those all into one to get the cleanest stem split possible. And with a bit of tweaking, you actually can, well, it sounds really clean. So it is just go to this website and you can download it. It's open source and it's completely free to use. It does well, I noticed that it does it have to be on connect online to work? No. It's just it runs locally. So as soon as you downloaded the models that you want to use, then you can just run it offline. It doesn't need an internet connection for that. And the only thing is, if you run it on your CPU, which I do because my GPU is not that new, it's kind of an old GPU. I noticed that it does take a lot of CPU, and the temperature of my CPU was also going up quite a lot, but it was still in the sort of like doable range. But I wasn't really capable of like doing a lot other things while it was splitting, because it just basically my CPU was just almost just maxed out at that point. But honestly, if you're probably not going to do other things while you're doing that, right? So it's a really good solution, because like there's other websites, and some of these websites will allow you to like split like a couple of files, and then after you've done like a couple of ones, so it'll give you a pop-up that you have to pay to continue. Or if you want to download the WAV version instead of the MP3, you're gonna have to pay for it and stuff like that. I don't want that. I just want to have something that I can just use. Now, if you do have a good GPU, you can also use the GPU to process it. So, like if you have a 5080 or something, it's probably gonna perform a lot quicker and a lot better. But it's actually pretty good. Like, it's actually pretty good. It splits the audio pretty well. And yeah, I have that YouTube channel, right, with all those old films. It actually works really well for that as well, to split the voice from the background sound. So I actually tried it on one. Like, it's not perfect, of course, but it does work. So I have one here that I did it on to just quickly check. Let me also grab the original, maybe. Which is, this one is Electronics in Space Travel. So here we have the original. And this one is just like, again, from, there's a YouTube channel on YouTube. I'll show you that quickly as well if you're not familiar with it. If you go to YouTube, there's this channel called Periscope Film. And it's basically just a channel that just basically archives old educational videos, safety videos. I don't know what else is in here. There's so many different things. And it's just a channel that basically just archives a lot of those old kind of movies. The only downside of it is a lot of them have like music in it, background music, but they're also filled with great vocal samples. And a lot of these voiceovers in these sort of like films have like this sort of like old crunchy texture that just sounds great for drum and bass. Like it's just great to have. Well, some of them really sound nice for it. You have to look for like a good one that kind of has interesting vocal samples, but there's a lot of them. So and they post like, I don't know, like 2 or 3 a day. I believe it's like a stock film company and I believe you can license those films if you are doing like a documentary, or if you're making a TV show or something and you want to put that in there, then I believe you can license it from them. But they also put them all on YouTube for free, so you can just check them. But like, let's say for instance this is one about like space travel and the electronics used in space travel, I guess.
Space. Vast, uncharted space.
See, so you get something like that. Now, I quickly tested it out on this one to see how good that software works. And it's not going to be perfect, but...
Space. Vast, uncharted space.
That's pretty good.
Space. Vast, uncharted space. Man has looked to the heavens since his beginning and wondered. Is Earthman alone in this great, awesome universe? If not, Who else? And where?
See?
The early man stared into the starry sky and saw very little.
And that way you can find so many good vocal samples. Like, having something like that to easily just split the stems and the background sound, it just makes it so much easier. Because I have downloaded so many of those old films thinking like, oh, there's maybe some cool vocals in there. And then I was working on a track trying to find a vocal in it. And then the entire thing was just filled with background music as well. And I might have found like a couple of good vocals and I was trying to make them work, but the background music was either not in key with what I was working on, right? Or it just made it sound really bad with the background music when you chopped it up. So I was like, And I went like, let me just see if there's some kind of tool that allows you to do stem splitting without needing like these websites or all these other things. And that's when I found that software. And I was like, yeah, that's nice. Yeah, and like I said, it's honestly, it works really pretty damn well. I believe I did use one of the mod, because there's a lot of models in there that you can download. Here, I'll show you real quick. Because I had to figure out how it worked as well, because I was like, how do you download other models and stuff then? But okay, cool. So this is the software basically, and there is in here. Where is it again? There is a place. I believe it's here. Yeah. So you go here, and then there's a download center, and here you can basically just download other models. So you can just go through, and you can find all these different models here that are for different things, obviously. Some of them are for like splitting vocals from music. Other ones are for splitting drums from music. These are obviously for getting rid of reverb, denoiser as well. There's like all kinds of different models that you can use. And you can then just download. And I believe I downloaded a couple of ones here that were a little bit, that take a little bit longer to split, but they give you a better quality in the end. But then, like, if you have all of that, like, there's also this thing here called ensemble mode. And if you turn that on, you can just select 3 or more models in here, and it will use those models individually first. It will stem split it with those individual models, and then when it's done, it will just, I guess, compare the resulting files to each other and try and create an even better quality split from those files that it has sort of like created. And I found out that in some cases it actually works really well. Better even than some of the websites that I would use in the past for like stem splitting. And it's open source, so what more do you want? I don't know what this is. There's like some other stuff as well. Audio tools. Not sure what that does. But there's a lot of different things you can do with it, I guess. It's not just for stem splitting, it's also just for removing background noise and stuff. But it's a great thing to have, and I figured might as well tell you guys about it, because you might not know about it. And it actually, it's good to have. Now, obviously, if you have a file like this, this is what, 360 minutes long? You probably want to first find a little section that sounds cool, that has a vocal in it, and then split that, because if you're gonna run this entire thing through it, it's probably gonna take hours to finish. So, yeah, you want to probably keep that in mind. That was because that one that I did with that old film, I believe that film is like maybe 30 minutes long, and I believe the stem splitting took like an hour and a half, something like that. So in the future, definitely have to just go through that first and find like the bits that I wanna split. But yeah, it's a great thing to have. And like I said, even if you don't have an internet connection, you're still good, because it runs locally. As long as you have the models downloaded that you want to use, I believe you don't need an internet connection. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think you need it to actually run it. I was not aware of its existence though, like Decode. I put it in the Discord and people were like, "Oh yeah, that thing is great," and I was like, "What? Why didn't I know about this?" But I'm glad I do. I actually tried it out on something that I have this thing. I've always had a really big source of inspiration for me was the original soundtrack of Ghost in the Shell, and you know the one, right, with the big epic choir. Where is it? It's probably in here. Soundtracks, no. I saved it somewhere. Wait, shouldn't it be in here? Where the hell did I save that? No idea. But let me search for it. I would almost swear that I saved it in here. Oh yeah, Ghost in the Shell. Like I've always wanted to do like a bit of a, I guess a bit of a tribute or like a remix of one of the tracks of the original soundtrack of Ghost in the Shell, and because I really just love that sound of that choir. But I tried it before actually, and I would love to turn it into drum and bass, right? But the issue with it is that in that soundtrack, the choir is always layered with percussion. And it's not just like some high percussion sound, but it's like this really deep, really heavy and low sort of like percussion sound that sits in there and just plays throughout the entire soundtrack, basically, for most of them. So like, for instance, this one. Well, in this one it doesn't. I believe there's like some parts here where it does come in. See? And I actually tried it on that, and it did a pretty good job as well. And I was like, I guess I could now. Because it did a better job than a lot of the websites that I had. Like, it's still... Well, you can already see it. Like, percussion. It's not perfect. For some reason, it sees that as a vocal sound. But I'm fine with that, honestly. It's mostly the low percussion sounds that are in there that I would want to get rid of for me to be able to use it in like a remix or something. But I kind of managed to split it. I'll have to go through and see which model performs the best, because that's one thing I noticed. Some models work better on certain kind of sounds, where other models work better on others. So it's just a matter of trial and error, basically. And that choir is kind of a weird sound anyway, so it's kind of, you're gonna have to figure out which one works best on that kind of sound. But I'm pretty sure I would be able to get it to sound as clean as possible, especially with that ensemble mode. Like, that one was just one of the models that I used. But with the ensemble mode, it kind of takes multiple of the models and try and make it even better, or cleaner. And I guess with that, I could probably get it to sound pretty clean. And that would allow me to maybe finally do that, what I've always wanted to do. Like, I've always had this idea of making like a track with that choir and probably just release it as a free track, but then make like a video edited to it with like clips from the anime as well, if you get what I mean. That would be sick. Basically just create like an AMV out of it. Yeah, you gotta play with settings, exactly. It's like real big bass drums, yes, exactly. It would be nice if I can figure out a way with that stem splitting software to so that it also sees that bell sound as separate from the vocal. Might be a model in there that actually performs well on that. The one that I tried didn't. It just thought that the bell sound was part of the vocal, which honestly isn't that big of a deal because it's just high frequency stuff and it's probably, you know, you can work around that, but it would be nice if it actually splits that properly, you know? But hey, it's a good tool to have. Like, even for just stuff like this, where there's like some background noise, it'll get rid of that completely. Like, even if there's like those old films have a lot of like crackling in it, and sometimes that crackling kind of sound can be nice in your sound if you're sampling it, but other times it just gets annoying, right? Especially if you want to process the vocal, because all that sort of like vinyl noise, it's not really vinyl noise, but like all that sort of like tape noise that's in there. Like if you start processing the vocals, that will be brought up a lot, right? So because it also has like models for like denoising and stuff like that, it actually works pretty well for that too. And you can just get rid of that, make it sound a lot better. And that works better than a gate most of the time, right? Because if you're using a gate, then it will get rid of the noise in between all the pieces of vocal, but during the vocal it will still be there, right? So if you then start processing it, that noise is still brought up. Anyways, I need to piss. I'll be back in just a little bit. I think this is a listing of other models. What do you mean? For UVR? Are you posting a link? If you do that, you probably want to do that in the Discord, because you can't post links in here. It'll delete them. The bot will delete your links. But if there's like even more models out there, then please let me know, because I'm always keen to be looking for stuff like that, and I can definitely use that. So just go to the Discord and drop them in there. I'll be back in just a little bit. There's tons? Okay, that's good to know. Like, I've only really seen the ones that are in that software to begin with that you can download through that download center, but I hadn't even thought about looking online to see if there's like more models out there that people have made. I guess you can make your own models as well. I don't know how, but I would assume you can make your own. Like training it on shit. Because it's probably like some AI kind of training stuff, right? It's probably like some the similar way as how you train AI models, I would assume. Yeah, you have to train it, exactly. Yeah. So you could theoretically train it on all kinds of different things that are similar to what you want it to be applied to. It's exactly the same. Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. That makes sense. Like, honestly, my PC is not good for that, because usually it uses your GPU for that, right? I guess you can also do it on your CPU, but I don't really have to go and train my own models. Yeah, I'll just use the models that are out there, and we'll probably find something that is good enough for what I need. But it's cool to know that you can do that as well. Anyways, are we yeah, you can use CPU, but it's much slower. Yeah, exactly. That's what I figured out as well when I was using Stable Diffusion and stuff and trying that out. Like, my GPU isn't that great. It's an old GPU, so for me, actually, my CPU is often faster. I'm on like a 1060 still, so my GPU is just, it doesn't like that. Like, I tried using Stable Diffusion with my GPU, and it was just like, dude, it almost lifted off. It was like, nope, please don't. But yeah, if you have a good GPU, I guess that's a good thing to use it for. Anyways, I'll be back in just a bit. I need to piss. I bought myself a new Japanese whiskey. Let's see how this one is. It's called Nikka Days. Let's see. I was like, I made it 2 weeks today. Let me treat myself. Okay, that's all right. Let's switch back to the headphones. Yeah, we were.
And yet now he knew better.
I mean, let's just chuck that in that little gap there and see what happens.
And yet now he knew better.
I mean, there we go. Vocal found. Works as a placeholder vocal perfectly fine.
And yet now he knew better.
Let me also go into the bass group here. And let me just add a little bit of compression to this, because I think there's a bit of volume differences happening here. Yeah. Let me just... we could also maybe use some multiband compression. Let's see. Dynamics, there you go. Let's grab maybe Pro MB. Because the sub is definitely the one that we wanna... Let's do that. For now. Makes it a little bit more consistent in the level.
And yet now he knew better.
So here I'm kind of hearing a bit of like a percussive kind of bass sound or a rhythmic kind of bass sound, and then I think here we want to have something that's more sustained, more like a Reese that does a pitch bend or something.
And yet now he knew better.
So this one wants to come in somewhere here, in this area. Let's just grab a current again. And let's just do this for now, so that we have a bit of a plucky kind of shape. Let's see, where does it want to be? Yeah, there. That's kind of where it wants to be.
And yet now he knew better.
And then here we want to have more like a, so like a Reese kind of thing probably. Let's just see if we can find some MIDI for that as well. This one wants to go down, of course. Something like that, maybe. And then we might want to fill some stuff up here with like some extra little one-shot kind of bits.
And yet now he
And now
knew
obviously
better.
we need to make the patches for this. Maybe we want to have one little D note here. I kind of want to make this one first. Or we just go into here, presets, and let's go to bass and see if we can find something in here. I mean, kind of works. Let's do the same thing in the other one. Let's just see if we can find a bit of a preset. Speed things up a bit. Bass. Shuffle. I think it's too low, but for some reason it still kind of works. Yeah, we want something a bit more plucky here. Can we? I guess I can just type that in. Look. No, nothing. Okay. That might work for the other one. Let's do that. And that's a sequence, but kind of works. Maybe we can go in here and change that. Might have to make that one.
Now he knew better.
I mean, that kind of works for now. Let's go back in this one. And let's just search for Reese. Reese. Because I know that this kind of wants to be a bit of a Reese-y kind of sound. Let's also put a pitch device in front of it. Do I have... That's a good starting point. What are the other ones sound like? Yeah, that one sounds kind of a good starting point. Let's try that.
now he knew better.
What could be cool here to do? I mean, that kind of works. You can just automate that.
And yet now he knew better.
Let's see if we can make this a bit dirtier. Maybe a thermal. We can just chuck that on the group here and see what happens. Let's go to the favorites. Kind of tempted to use that one as a different kind of sound.
And yet now he knew better.
There's like a little step somewhere. Like for instance, like right there maybe. Like...
And yet now he knew better.
Kind of works there. And then we're gonna have to make something here again, but that's fine. Or we could maybe leave that in there. But I kinda like having a little plucky step before this one. Before that, what is it? It's not the offbeat. It's kinda like in between the two snares. Right on the beat there.
And yet now he knew better.
And then this one does probably want to be different, but not sure yet what there.
And yet now he knew better.
See. I'm not entirely happy with what that Reese is doing yet, but let's add some more percussion here. Like some shakers or something. And then a loop. Also, chat, why have you gone suddenly so quiet? Stream is still working, right? Or is the stream dead? Tell me. Let's probably want to do something else there. Maybe bring this one in for now. Maybe add some extras with like little percussion sounds that come in every once in a while.
And yet now he knew better. now he knew better. Knew better.
Why does that work?
And yet now he knew better.
Kind of works.
And yet now he knew better.
Works pretty well there. It's gonna be a bit quieter. Let's just chuck a couple more samples in here. That one sounds kinda cool. Sure, those two could maybe be weird as well. More of those weird, like low kind of things. Let's chuck it in the rack as well. Like weird percussion sounds, but that's kind of what I want here. Today's stream is actually going pretty well. Maybe. Chuck that in as well, might be able to use that. Yeah, that reason is still not how I want it, but we'll figure that out at some point. In fact, let's just duplicate this track. And let's make a different thing. Let's go and use one of those samples that I'll drop on Patreon this month. Or this month. This weekend. Think Break. I actually have I use those all the time. Like, if we let's just duplicate this shaker thing. If I search for Think, I should get my own. I have this one. This is basically just the Think shakers. Wait, is that? It's the same loop. We were already using the Think shakers. It's just named different. So no big deal. These are actually the Think shakers. Just processed. Like, I've made myself a whole file basically that is just the Think tambourines kind of ones. I just went in and I just made a loop that is basically just the shakers from that break. See? And I use those all the time. They're so good. They work so well in drum and bass, so yeah. I even have like multiple different versions, I believe. That's the more like the original, but with a bit of swing. Frequency shifted it down. Frequency shifted it really far down. Half time. Even slower. Vocoded. I have like a whole bunch of different versions of the Think shakers because they're just so good. I believe I had like one file that is basically just... Yeah, that's the original. I believe I made them from that. Think...
Don't you think? I think
Oh yeah, of course, we're also gonna get that.
Don't you think it's time?
Yeah, I just took these. The tambourines of that, and I then just mangled them up until they sounded cool. And I saved a whole bunch of different versions, and those are actually, like I said, I use them all the time because they just fit in most drum and bass tracks. Like sometimes I'll just go and do this what I done here. So I'll just warp it and then just create a bunch of markers on 16s and then just bring the pitch to whatever pitch sounds cool. And then using this right here, you can make them tight again, because obviously if you pitch them down, the samples get longer, right? So if we just... See? And I would just find like a section that I like the sound of. And then just bring that back down so it becomes tight and good for drum and bass. Anyways, let's go back in here and let's see if we can make something from those bass samples that I'll be dropping on Patreon this week. Oh, actually, I have the edited version on Patreon. There's a pack on Patreon from 2024 called Shuffles and Shakers, and it contains a couple of those Think shakers that I made. See? That one. That one. And that one. So, again, check out the Patreon if you want to have those. But let me go and find the bass samples that are coming up this weekend. because there's some saw wave based kind of bass sounds in here. And if I just drop those in here in a sampler, and let's go to here, set the mod wheel to sample offset. Let's do 95, so that goes up quite a lot. And then we'll grab a CC control so that we have the mod wheel here. And then we'll grab an expression control and we'll set this to random. Random, there we go. Chuck that up, map that to the mod wheel here. Now every time this note is being triggered, it will pick a random position of the mod wheel, which means it will pick a random position in here. Now I do have to make sure that this is set to the right key. Why can't you not do shift and then go down in octaves here? That's kind of stupid. So now every time this plays, we get different things. Let's make sure that we have let's bring that up a bit. No key tracking on the filter, because otherwise it's gonna get rid of the high end. And let's make sure that we have a little bit of attack time here, because otherwise we get clicks. And now we can also add that. We have to make sure that this is set to glide. And we can also use this oscillator if we want to give it a bit of FM. Maybe with a triangle. And now I can just chuck in different samples here. And I guess we could also set this to loop if we want. But then we have to make sure let's link this. Then we have to make sure that this is not set to sample offset, but to loop start. And then I guess we can also we can use the foot controller for the loop length. Let's do minus 90, I don't know how much. And then we have to go here and do another random map. Wait, not map yet. Random. And then here we want to add the foot controller, which is that one. And now that controls the loop length. And then we can map that to here. Now we get that kind of stuff. Let's make this a little bit shorter. Now, we should be able to still modulate this with something else as well, right? Because we're using the modulate here. So let's see. Let's grab an LFO. LFO MIDI. Why didn't I have one that is supposed to do that? Let's see. Ah, yeah, that one works. That one has the new, so like new Live 12 kind of mode. And then we're gonna grab maybe glider, so it just moves very subtly. like that. And then let's map that to the mod wheel as well. That's not possible. God damn it. Let's go in here. What else do we have that we could potentially use? I mean, pressure is here. If we do that to the loop start as well. Let's see if this works. And then we're gonna map this to the pressure. Unipolar. Let's do 100. Make that nice and slow. We don't get anything. What? Okay, it doesn't like that. Okay, let's try the regular LFO. See if that one wants to do that. Map pressure. Set this to glider. Hey, that works. I mean, it does work, but... Let's set this to something smaller. It's a bit weird though. Let's not do it maybe. Let's just leave it on the one that we had. Try some other samples. We also have other samples with other kind of bass kind of things in it. Like honestly, these are gonna sound pretty similar now because of what it's doing. And if we maybe... Let's try bringing that down. This is gonna be really low, but... Could bring that up. Let's try the ones from the previous pack. Might work better for this one. Have to make sure that that is at the C. Okay, let's get rid of that one. I mean, I do kind of like the shorter ones as well. But yeah, I understand what you mean. We could do the loop length, I don't know, minus 75. It's still pretty quick. Like... we do want to have a bit of random modulation still. Let's grab an LFO, and we're gonna go and switch this to a notch filter. And then let's go and put this on maybe stray. Map that to the frequency of the notch filter. Now if you want to see it, I guess, why am I not seeing that move? There we go. Let's try using this shaper here. Maybe use the sine shaping. Let's duplicate this one. And I'm gonna use that one for the volume here. So now basically every time it plays, it's just going to create different bits. Yo, Slender Worm, welcome.
And yet now he knew better.
Like, not every time it's going to be usable, but sometimes it will spit out cool bits. I'm kind of wondering, do we want to have this one maybe somewhere else?
And yet now he knew better. And yet now he knew better.
Kind of maybe want to bring that in later. Probably want to have some extra percussion coming in here, but not too much. Maybe one of these. Maybe just like some extra bits there. Let's just do that.
And yet now he knew better.
We want to maybe mute that second one.
And yet now he knew better.
Maybe just want to grab a different hat or something there, but something like that coming in there. And then we can, I guess, bring shakers in later.
And yet now he knew better.
What happens if we put that in front of the thermal? What else could be cool? What could be cool? Maybe like some delayed percussion or something?
And yet now he knew better.
Make another drum rack. Let's just chuck a delay on there and see what happens.
And yet now he knew better.
Almost burning my chair out here. One moment. Yeah, I think some delayed stuff could be cool. Let's find some more percussion sounds to throw in here. Why not? Low percussion sound. gonna drop a whole bunch in there. That one is nice. Weird stereo bongo. These, I guess, we can just chuck in here as well. Let's grab all of those. Why not? There we go. Now we have a lot of percussion sounds in here. Let's do that.
And yet now he knew better. And yet now he knew better.
Let's grab another MIDI track here. Let's see if we can make a little noise kind of step for layering on top of that first bass sound. Let's grab another current. And let's go into here. Let's find some white noise. So we get that. And I guess we can just take the sub here. Just bring the level down. And let's grab... Let's do AM from sub. Maybe we'll bring the sub down an octave. We could also, instead of the sub, we could also use an LFO. Set this to hertz. And then we can just put that on the level. Probably gonna be a little cleaner. Not sure why we don't hear anything. There we go. Could also use a curve instead, so that we have a little bit more control over what it does in terms of the shape. Unsync that. And then we can just use that for the length, I guess. We'll just chuck this on the decay time. Depending on how long we want that.
Better.
That one sounded fucked. I guess we want to see real quick what this looks like now.
And yet now he knew better.
Let me make another track here with some hats on it. Let's also save. What happens if we just add like an 8-note hat to it? Not my favorite kind of groove. Not sure what this wants to do. Not sure about what the hats want to do in this. Show me how to make a pendulum snare. Pendulum snares are more like the... I guess you want to learn how to be a drummer, because pendulum uses a lot of live drums. So if you want to make snares like pendulum or drums like pendulum, I guess you got to think as a drummer and use more acoustic drum samples. Of course processed, but they use a lot of acoustic samples. And they process them into sounding like, you know, more like drum and bass kind of drums. But yeah, usually their snares are a lot more situated around the 200, 250 hertz kind of range for the fundamental. So yeah, KJ Salka is a really good drummer. But yeah, they have like a very iconic kind of drum sound, and that sound is all KJ. So I believe he has a YouTube channel as well, right? I believe so. Yeah, he does. There we go. And I believe he does videos as well about production. Create a full song in an hour. He has like all kinds of videos about drums as well, so definitely worth to check out the videos on his channel. Like you can see his drumming and all that kind of stuff, but he also explains a lot of stuff. I remember watching a couple of videos on his channel. How to lay amen breaks, how to create hi-hats. Oh, hey, you might actually be able to use that. I might want to watch that after the stream because I'm struggling with hi-hats right now. I believe I watched a video of his where he went over like how he made some kits and stuff. Oh, here, how to create big snare. Probably want to watch something like that, and he will show you how to do it. Have you made videos in the past about arranging bass, like working out a riff? I've done so many videos over the years, so yes, probably. Probably. I mean, like making bass, for me, bass is not my strongest point, honestly. I'm practicing a lot lately on like making bass sounds and making like bass patches and especially like arranging stuff, but it's not my strongest point. So that's like an area I want to improve on as well. For me, like the thing I usually am pretty good at is making drums. Drums is like the thing I've been doing for so long, and it's also the thing that I don't know, for drums it's like something that I can just dive into and spend hours just playing with it, you know? Like, I mean, in general, like if you want to learn how to make drums and synthesize drums, I've done a couple of videos on that where I make drums from scratch using synthesis with Serum. And I don't want to toot my own horn, you know, but I've had people telling me that those videos help them a lot with like learning drum synthesis. And the people that, you know, contacted me about those couple of videos, it's called A Deep Dive into Drum and Bass Drums, and they're on my channel. And people told me, like, from all the videos that I've watched, those were like the ones that really taught me how to, you know, make synthesized drums that don't just sound like, oh, it's a Serum made drum sound, if you get what I mean. Those deep dive videos were amazing. Yeah, like it's one of those things, right, where there's a lot of videos of people synthesizing drums on YouTube, but the majority of them, like I watched a ton of them as well, which is also why I ended up making those videos, is the majority of those videos, the drums just sound synthesized, right? And it's just like, yeah, sure, you've designed a snare, but it's a fucking crappy snare, and it sounds like absolutely unusable, right? And I wanted to make a video where I showed it, or a couple of videos where I showed like a little bit more in depth of like how to do it. Those videos are long, by the way, as well. There's, I believe they're all like an hour long or something. And I did like a couple of them at this point. I need to do more, honestly. There's so much more stuff I can tell. I can talk about when it comes to drums, like addictive drums and like manipulating breaks, I guess. I'm not sure if I did one of that. Did I do one about breaks? I don't think so. But like I'll probably do another one in the future where I will dive back into it, because my whole process keeps changing as well, as I learn more things and as I learn new like tricks and techniques, it kind of changes, right, over time. Something I recently have been messing with. What? Oh. I wanted to save the project and it brought up a save dialog in the web browser. Something that I have been looking into lately is just going through the drums folder here in Ableton. Like, I never really use these, but like there's so many drum racks in here, and some of them are actually really interesting. So let's just find one. Oh, here. KJ Salka kit. Let's just grab one of those and put that on a track. And then grab, let's go to clips and see if we can find drums, drum clip. You can just grab like some MIDI from one of those drum clips, chuck that in there. And now you've basically taken MIDI from one other one and now we have that, right? The thing I've been experimenting with lately is just whacking that through like some distortion. And this is not something that I would do like when I'm actually making a track, but this is more something that I would spend time with if I'm just, you know, sound designing. I don't know, maybe whack that through some favorites. Let's see what we got. Something that makes it a bit louder. Maybe soft clip. And now you've got that kind of a thing, right? And then I've been utilizing that feature here where you just swap out all the samples, basically. And for some reason it's not doing that, because these are probably locked or something. Why is it not? Why is it only doing that one sample? Why can I not unlock these? Wait. They are not locked. Why is only the crash here changing? Huh? Well, normally if you do this... What the fuck? Normally if you do this, all the samples change. And you get like a ton of different things. Let's just chuck a different kit in here. Okay, not that. Let's just grab a random one. Now, normally, if you do this, I think it's working now, because it takes a bit of time. Okay, now it swaps out all the samples, and just by going through, you will get like all kinds of different results. And if you have that running through a processing chain, you can sometimes come up with some pretty cool things that you wouldn't have come up with otherwise. And I've been messing with that lately. Yeah, maybe that one. See what happens. Is it possible to design drums into Addictive Drums? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Addictive Drums is one of my favorite plugins when it comes to making drums. How late is it? Oh, it's already... We're nearing the end of the stream, so... Let's just open up Addictive Drums, I'll show you. We'll just have some fun with Addictive Drums for the end of the stream. I'm kind of getting stuck with this kind of thing that we were working on today. It's good enough for an idea, and I can sit on it and open it up again later to see if I like it. Addictive Drums is amazing when it comes to making drums. Like, of course, like, you can grab one of the kits, but there's a couple of ones I like. The Funk library, that's one of my favorite ones, honestly. Like for instance that one. Usually the funk breaks sound pretty well in drum and bass. And the whole idea with like making drum and bass drums in Addictive Drums is you gotta just work on kind of controlling the hits. So let's just... Now, when I do drums in Addictive Drums, I usually do more jungly kind of patterns because I feel like that's, for me at least, what works better. So I would go for something more like, you know. And then it's all about playing with the velocities for the ghost hits. And you can get carried away with this so long. Now, what I would usually do is go in here and really make sure that these are all very short for drum and bass. Like, bring this all down. Some reason this one, we're on the snare track. Let's go to the master. Just, you really want to boost a lot of the high end. But I usually start from, I actually usually start from just a blank kit and I just make my own. A couple of snares that I like. The Pearl Reference is pretty good. There's another one that I kind of like. What was that again? There was one that sounds really jungly. I believe it was that one. I believe that one. And this is also really important, playing with this velocity stuff here. Because you can go from like a more marching band kind of sound. And the thing with drum and bass as well is usually you want to pitch them up. Because drum and bass usually has a lot more higher pitch snares, especially with these kind of drum patterns. Another thing you can do is turn this on, which means that it doesn't alternate between the samples, and every time you play the sample it's going to be the same sample. Which for drum and bass usually works well if you want it to be very controlled. If you want it to sound more live, then you would leave that off. And then every snare it plays is slightly different from the other one. But if you have this on, it just triggers the same sample. And this velocity thing here will determine which sample it plays. And obviously we have different velocities already in here. But if we just make the main snares really loud, now we can use this to determine which sample it chooses. See? And then another cool thing in here is this thing, the tone designer. So you can add a bit of decay, and then you can drag this up or down to get more of that resonant sound or less. Which is really helpful as well. And there's so many cool things that you can do, like the mic position. I would usually take the snare buzz out, because otherwise it buzzes. The snare drum will buzz on the kick drum as well, which is good for live drums, but for drum and bass drums I usually don't want that. And it's all about working on making the drums tighter most of the time. And then, obviously from here, you can start messing with the hats. Drums is such a rabbit hole though. You can get carried away for hours doing this. But see, it's all about making these drums tighter, because they're usually too long for drum and bass. You can also use the room to add like some extra high end. Don't know if all of these are sending into the room. They are, okay. So we could just take the room and then just high pass the hell out of that. So that starts sounding like that. And then maybe compress the hell out of that. And then you just mix that in. And right now I'm also hearing a very piercing high frequency, which I don't like, but so you get what I mean. It's all about controlling it, I guess. But it's fun. It's fun to mess around with. Can you show how you process kicks for drum and bass? Kicks, yeah. Kicks really depends on the kind of kick that you're going for. Most of the time, I just make my kicks from scratch using a synth, you know? And if you want to see how I do that, just go into my channel and just look up the deep dive on drum and bass drums videos. There's one about kick drums and one about snare drums. And the ones about kicks basically just goes over the entire process that I do when I design kicks from scratch. Because I just make them from scratch and I just make them the way how I want them to sound. But, yeah, it really depends on the kind of drum sound that you're going for. You know, some kicks are really clean, or just like a synth kind of based kick. Other kicks are a lot more dirty. I don't think I have included that in that deep drums video. It's been a while since I made that one. I might do one about more like convolution based kick drums, because like this kick drum right here that we're using in the track today, it's a kick drum made with convolution reverb. It's a really dirty kind of kick, whereas normally if you use a synth to make kicks, and this one was made with a synth as well, like this started with Serum. It's just that most of the time when you do that, you'll get something that sounds more like that, right? Just a really basic kick. I can quickly show you what I mean. Like if we have a kick that is just a basic kick from a synth, like you can make this in Serum. Shouldn't take too long. It's literally just a sine wave with an envelope on the volume and an envelope on the pitch, and then it's just a matter of shaping the envelope of the pitch to sound the way you want. But like you got that, right? That's just a basic kick. Now that becomes a lot of fun if you start running it through some convolution reverb. So if you take a reverb, the hybrid reverb in the case of Ableton, and we just switch this to convolution, turn the filter off for now, and now we can start using these impulses right here to get like that kind of stuff. And you wanna most of the time make it mono because it's a drum sound, right? We don't want that to be super wide. And then as soon as you start low passing the reverb signal, you get all those kind of sounds. And that's how I make the more dirty kicks. Now usually you do want to EQ that and maybe low pass it a bit, but also high passing, especially on those dirtier kicks, can do a lot. And I would usually grab like a FabFilter Pro Q because you got more control with that. I'm just showing it quickly with this one. And when you high pass it, you'll get less bass, right? And then you can also get away with adding like more distortion on it to make it sound really dirty. Now this sounds like ass, but And then you want to go back in here, maybe shorten that. And that's kind of the process that I would use. For making those more dirtier kicks. And then from there it's all about just continuing with what you're doing. Just add another EQ. Maybe take that out. Maybe we'll add a vocoder. Vocoder is really good for drums as well. Grab a vocoder, set it to modulator mode. Maybe enhance. Get that weird kind of sound. Bring the depth down a bit. Bring that up. Mess with the formant. And then probably EQ that again afterwards, because it's going to create other things that you probably don't want. And you can get all these really interesting kicks that way. And like the high end, if you don't like it, just take it off. Most of the times a kick doesn't really need too much high end. You can add a hat on top of it if you need it to have a bit of a click, so... So yeah, it's really it really depends on the kind of drum sound that you're going for. And like I said, with cleaner kicks, it's all about just starting from a synth and just making it yourself. That's the easiest way I find. And it's not even that hard. Like making a kick like this without the processing, so like that. It's not even that hard. You just start with a sine wave, not the pen. Start with a sine wave, bring the random phase down, and just use LFOs. Set to envelope mode. That's usually what I do. Chuck 1 on the volume. That's going to be your volume envelope. Usually I would, well, you can tempo sync it, but usually I do it like this, so it's not tempo synced. And you just add like a MIDI note. You can, if you do it this way, you can really make them in the pitch that you want them to be. So right now the note is C3. So in my case right now we're working in the key of D. Would bring this up 2 semitones, that makes it D. Bring that down. There you got your sub kind of range. And then we want another one, which is going to be our pitch envelope. We put that on here. Shift Alt click. Make that envelope. And then I usually just stack another one on top of that. So do another one like this. Envelope mode, and let's go here, put that on the global pitch, global main tuning, and that's usually where I'll start. And from here it's all gonna be a matter of messing with these shapes. And then obviously you can add like a little click to it if you want. Grab another one. Do that. And again, this is really, it's all gonna depend on what you want it to sound like. And it also depends on the genre. Like if you're making, I don't know, techno or what else, or a slower genre, you're probably gonna have a slower envelope. If it's a drum and bass, it's gonna be quicker. But this is kind of the setup. that I would start from. Just having one for the volume, that is kind of like your amp envelope in a way, and then two for the pitch. And that is because it's really annoying to make the exact shape with one of them. So I would just stack two. One for the transient, that really makes the first part sort of like punch. And then the other one is sort of like more the overall shape of the pitch. Like right now I made it really exaggerated, but this could be a lot further down. We can slow that down. See, it really depends on what kind of thing you're going for. And then I guess usually add a little bit of soft clipping to it. Now D is pretty low. But yeah, it is whatever, you know. It's kind of, that's kind of the process, and to make it sound good takes time. Takes a lot of time to just tweak things. So I'm not gonna do that right now. If you want to see that, just go and watch the video on my channel. It's called Deep Dive into Drum and Bass Drums, and it will basically show you the same process, but then a lot more in depth. But that's kind of what it is, what I usually do. And a lot of the kicks that I have in my own sample library here, like all of these kicks here, they all started with the same kind of thing. It's all the same kind of process, how I started them. And I guess the same thing as well for breaks. Like I have a bunch of breaks here. These were most of these were all made with Addictive Drums and just processing, layering it with some drum hits that I made myself, and a lot of this is just the same kind of process what I just showed you. But you know, it's a very long process. That's the thing. Like making drums from scratch, it takes a lot of time. And I would usually just spend an afternoon just making drums, and I can literally spend an entire afternoon and only have made like a 16 bar or a 4 bar drum loop or something. Like sometimes it really takes that long to make it sound good. And again, that completely depends on the kind of drums that you're making. Like dance floor drum and bass drums are a little bit more minimalistic, a little bit simpler. There's not too much ghost hits and all that kind of stuff. Sometimes there are, but not that often. Whereas like a jungle track, for instance, right? Jungle drums have a lot more sort of like syncopation and little ghost snares in between the main snares, and that just takes a lot more time. Anyways, it's almost 2 a.m., so I'm gonna call it quits for tonight. We had a lot of fun today. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll be back next week on Friday, and this weekend I'll drop some bass samples on Patreon. So if you wanna have those, join the Patreon. And if you don't have any money, you're a cheap broke boy, but you still want to hang out, join the Discord. I'm just kidding. It's all good. If you do have some money to spare and you want to help me out, Patreon is the best place. I drop samples, wavetables, and other things on there. So if you want to get those, check it out. And if you just want to come hang out, have some fun, join the Discord. Links are in the chat. I'm gonna chill for now. I'm gonna probably end up watching some YouTube tonight and before I go to bed. But I hope you had a good evening. Hope you liked the stream. Next week on Friday, 8:30 p.m. or somewhere between 8:30 and 9 p.m. Amsterdam time, I'll be back, and I'll see what we'll do next week. Any last questions or any last things you wanna know or ask? This is the right time to do so. Let me get rid of that. I'm definitely gonna have to make this a bit better because it's not loud enough. Well, maybe I can check what it sounds like if we just boost this a little bit. I don't really do a lot of one-on-one lessons at the moment because I just don't have the time. But you can always hit me up on Discord, on Patreon, if you want to know something. Like, I'm more than happy to explain stuff if I have some time. Right now I'm just too busy with other things, work and all kinds of other shit. So I do sometimes have some time to do lessons, but at the moment not really. So I'll let you guys know if I do have time for it again, and I'll open up lessons. But right now I just don't. Anyways, thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed tonight, and I will see you all next week. Peace.
And yet now he knew better.